We're on now. Oh, really?
Okay, so, Robert's actually going to speak.
Oh.
Yeah, this. Anything that we'd like for her to hand deliver, Jesse would like to bring to her Friday evening, and she knows that short notice, so anything that comes to her after, she'll bundle up with mail.
Gotcha.
So that is a bit abbreviated.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, makes sense, but I thought that there was a little more time than that. Meow. Hey, do you have some kind of
Mouse is just pointing at Remy.
some kind of adhesive that would stick this mouse foot on better? Because it keeps on sliding off. Like, it hasn't actually fallen off yet, but...
I have cyanoacrylate, which you probably don't want to use for that.
Is that Gorilla Glue?
It's super glue.
Super glue.
Which is really not that super.
Ow.
I got to look back a few times, about a few seconds in time, and see her, like, do the pokies.
Mm-hmm.
Poke. 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 You ignored a few of them. That was a problem.
Yeah. Hey, Mom.
Poke. Kitty. Fluffy. Little fluffy kitty.
Hey, Mom. Do you have any sort of adhesive that would work well for resticking one of these mouse feet? Like, super glue would probably... Like, it's covering up one of the screws holding it together, so it's probably don't want to go as strong as super glue.
If the mouse foot went over the screw, it's supposed to be there, isn't it?
The mouse foot, yes. It keeps falling off.
Okay. Well, but then they don't expect you to unscrew it. It sounds like.
Right, but there are occasions when it might need to be.
Yeah. Is it recessed?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then so you can't really put the mouse foot someplace else.
No.
No, not really. I'll keep it bouncing in my head and maybe I'll come up with something. But,
Okay, thanks.
I think we've got some two-sided tape somewhere. I'm just not sure where. And
I think it would be.
Cutting off a really small bit of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how effective
Yeah.
that would be. Hey, Beanie. Meow. Ow.
Pointy kitty.
So pointy. Oh, whoops, the TV isn't on.
Don't mess up anything.
Remy, I need my hand. I can't just keep petting you. Also, what happens to your ear? Did you scratch too hard? Ow!
Maybe stop being disappointing. No.
If you want attention, why don't you come snuggle? Ow. Did I already post here? I don't think I did. Oh, cool. Someone playing F-Zero 99. That's another thing that I wish I had a Switch for. Not that I was ever any good at F-Zero. Although, actually, no, I shouldn't. Ow!
Remy, what are you doing?
Remy, quit it.
Stop being booky. Come on. Booky kitty. Yes, though.
It fell. Of course it did. Thank you.
Mm. Hey, it's the robot.
Hey.
It's just roboting around. That's too busy announcing streamers to have time to go into town. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe up there you will be less annoying.
We shall see.
We shall see.
We shall see, Charles, by the sword.
It's out of my head.
No fair, that was the obvious one.
Okay, good. It is. That is picking up. I keep forgetting to turn this on lately.
Mm.
So we're only getting closed captions like half the time. And that's not the window I wanted anyway, that is. So. Is that the one? There we go. Good evening, Internet. It is time.
Are you also drowsing from pizza?
No, I'm just trying to look at what I'm doing while also
Meh.
fending off a pokey cat. It is 8:16 p.m. on Thursday, September 21st, 2023. Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. I'm your host, Mark Amsrai, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel.
I probably had too much pizza.
This is Remy,
You didn't have any pizza.
the incredibly pointy. Like, she's not even poking me that hard. Her claws are so sharp.
They're like needles.
They are like needles.
Yeah, they're like needles.
Doesn't matter if we trim them. They get sharp so fast
You should see
again.
them sewing.
They taper a little fast for that.
Maybe needlepoint. I love how her reaction to that joke was getting her claws stuck in the couch.
Yeah. She gets her claws stuck in everything.
Ow.
Yeah, pretty much. She snagged her claw in my arm the other day.
Mm.
Not deep, but enough.
There's the time she got one claw all the way into and back out the palm of my hand and was dangling from it.
Ow.
Yeah, it was an accident. Cat fall, panic cat grab, flesh weak. But not so weak they can't handle the weight of cat. It just hurt a lot.
The flesh is weak, but the spirit is willing.
And then the instincts kicked in suddenly, and suddenly I had her by the claw in question, which probably hurt her a little bit. And just carefully pulled and rotated the claw out of my hand and set the cat down and went to deal with the new wound.
Alright, so tonight we are continuing Sunless Skies. Last time we did a whole lot of Rite of Rose.
Yeah, we made progress in the rites of the rose.
And besides that, just kind of derped around in Eleutheria a whole bunch.
Yeah, we derped.
We could have just done everything in the place back to back to back, but it seems such a waste to not take advantage of the terror dispelling properties of the ceremonies. When there is so little that can do that in Eleutheria.
Yeah, to the point, like, one of the things that you do for it is set a certain kind of enemy on fire.
Mm-hmm.
They expect you to be carrying around extra fuel. Which is actually fair, because this is the place where you get the engine that goes zoom in boost mode, so you use boost mode more, so you get through a lot more fuel. So I think the game's expecting you to just, like, carry around more fuel so you can boost.
Okay. I do not have any port reports for this area, so I gave them all to the guy. Those are going to the Empyrean, those are going to the Empyrean. What else was there?
Greed. I think that was about it for...
I think there was...
We could go finish the rose thing.
Right.
And other than that, we basically got the Langley House thing and like fixing time and routes on. But mainly just picking up picking up people for the line,
Okay.
passengers. And I've kind of done a lot of things around here.
I was thinking there was something else, Remy. I swear to God. Oops. Come on. Seriously?
On.
Freaking rock in the extinguishment. That's hardly fair.
That's like finding sugar in your gas tank.
boxes. Don't have anything for the bespectacled official right now. I think that might have been the other half of what I was thinking. Getting whatever intel he wanted. But it's not a big deal. I'm already aligned.
I think Khan is interested in...
Visa check. Oh, it's close enough after the last time. I can't do that again. Well then. Sell those for a good chunk of money. Sell these for a good chunk of money. And I don't need more munitions.
Definitely not. Munitions are extremely easy to come by.
Okay. So let's make our way around here. Okay. Say what?
John wanted to hear
Agnes?
Agnes.
Atlas. Ah, it is the wrong time.
This is the wrong place. It must have been the wrong time.
Must have been the right place. Must have been the wrong ride. I wonder if I'll even have had enough time to revisit the Behringer yet. Remy?
Poop.
I swear, cat. I swear.
Poop.
Huh?
Poop.
Pook. I thought you were just saying poop over and over again. Dude, but Eleutherin? Yeah.
Yeah.
The storyteller whose words extinguished a star. We've met him.
Yeah, the blood.
He a butt. Stories are dangerous, and they spread, but they're not quite like fire. They transform rather than destroy. When the halved was halved, as it mourned the loss of its twin, someone told a story that changed its mind. And when its mind changed, so did everything for everyone in Eleutheria. I don't know the nature of story or storyteller, but I can speculate. The storyteller was most likely an advisor, someone trusted, and I don't think they foresaw the halved's reaction. And the story itself, well, I suspect it ended with a death. A forest of hands rises, but the supplicant retreats. Fish mask. Roly-poly fish mask. Fish mask. Eat them up, yum. They don't play baseball, they don't wear sweaters. They're not good dancers, they don't play drums. Actually, that's probably largely untrue. There's probably lots of fish masks that do all those things. Danger. Science. Ah. Hall of Debate. I'm going to keep on arguing against the liberation of night because, yeah, the darkness is not on your side, as you seem to think. Like, the Empyrean ain't great, but yeah. Damn. Eventually. Because, we know from our experience on the Z. Ow! What light and dark hide and hold. Remy. Why? A sky story or a tale of terror? Ooh. I guess I'll just repair, like, the one hole I'm missing.
And a little scratch. Just take a little touch-up thingy on it.
Yeah. I think Remy. Would you please stop? Please.
You think maybe?
I think once we finish first at Caduceus, and then Carolon following that. Then I will be ready to proceed to the Blue Kingdom. Carolon especially, because I don't want to have stink on my soul to aggro things. What? That's what it is. That's how it works, right?
You got that stank?
Mm-hmm. A stanky waft. That's a lot of cheap bombazine.
Also weird that the place was upholstered in it. I wouldn't want to sit on a couch that's upholstered in that? Like, is this couch or is this hole? I'm not sure.
You wouldn't want to sit on a Vanta Black couch?
Monkey Brain would be scared that that's a hole and not a couch. Also, it'd be difficult to identify the edges and shape of the couch. Like, even if you convince yourself you're not going to fall through, it would look sort of like you might fall over, or, you know, there's no sign of a back existing. Like, yeah, why did I fall off that thing? Its complete lack of contrast makes it look more like an ottoman than a couch. A weird, long ottoman. Mostly weird. That's down in my notes and saw Monday's thing. Lunch 205 to 305. Dirt?
What? Oh, that.
The dirt. Remember the dirt?
I do now.
That was too much dirt.
Well, I've hardly gotten scared at all.
You just had that one nightmare.
That's true. I do have the nightmare, but I'll be able to fix that when I get to the place. Real quick. More bombazine. Yes, please. Alright.
Alrighty then. Alrighty then.
Her eyes are on you and only you. Will you leave it all behind and follow me? You are ready. She smiles. You are ready. Follow me. She takes your hand, then beckons her attendants to follow her, the honey-eyed poets and the wild-eyed bacchantes and the dark-eyed musicians. She leads you behind her marble throne to where the sunlight is strongest, radiant as a newborn star. It pours from the blank white wall. The Thorn Maiden walks forward and through the wall. You touch the wall to discover it is not cold marble, but glass. Then your hand passes through entirely. The heat of sunlight is on your hands. The cloying scent of roses is almost overwhelming. Okay, now
I think this is where you want to
watch from this side of the glass.
Side of the glass.
That's how I get flickering, by suddenly getting cold feet.
Yep.
Your signaler has been following the rites with you. She volunteers. I'll go, Captain. She passes through the glass like a shadow irradiated by the sun. From your vantage point, you make out a garden on the edge of a forest, where roses grow wild and rose-binders and their many-armed kin tend the bushes. Something hisses in the wood, briefly distracting you. The Thorn Maiden returns without your signaler. I'm sorry, she says. Sometimes they decide to stay. You have pierced the heart of Caduceus and seen the garden behind the glass. The Thorn Maiden has revealed to you the greatest mystery of Caduceus. You've gained 2 crimson promises. The Devils of Carolon claim to be experts in the assessment and improvement of the soul. They would describe yours as intermittently tantalizing with an aftertaste of disappointment. And the snakes, that is what is behind the glass.
Yep. Some kind of alliance of devils and dream snakes.
Mm-hmm. A parabolic mirror.
Which sounds
Terrifying.
terrible. Like it should be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
The devils make brisk work of the celebratory detritus. They right toppled statues, sluice the marble floors, sweep away the rose petals, and hurry away the few grieving celebrants whose friends and lovers failed to return from the rite. Alright, well, onward to the House of Rods and Chains.
It sure does. The ardent lobster is now spying. So is now spying, huh? So is. That's a weird thing to announce.
Yeah, that's not very good spying if you're announcing it.
Unless, of course, you're just telling the system that's what you're doing when you're actually doing something else more nefarious. Tweet.
Hello. Scraps of ancient knowledge. I hear one of those things. Gotcha. Jerk ass.
Correct.
Get wrecked. Give me your eyes.
Grudgy eyes.
May the rats eat your eyes. I am lost to your cause.
I fear the rats would lose their teeth to the hand of eye.
Yeah. Yeah, they would. Poor rats.
Leg.
Leg. The Carapace. Shops. Yes.
Would you like to buy this crib?
Yes, I would. House of Rods, House of Chains.
House of Furlongs.
House of Furlongs.
Since you've evolved to House of Leagues.
House of Wood. Living now. House of Furlongs.
Now selling a questionable upgrade.
Oh, did it work?
Wait, there's something bugging my eye.
Did it work? It's amazing what you find face to face. Okay. And I don't have enough space to trade for curiosities right now. I mean, I might, but I might not. So... I will do that. And then make my way back to Pan. For a pizza. I don't know. That was silly. concept is spooky.
Yeah.
What are you doing all the way down here? Ooh. There we go. Condemned experiment. And another one. I wonder. I doubt it, but yeah, okay. It would have been funny if, in losing that point of hearts for the rights, if all it did was undo one of those merited points so that I could just get it right back. Part of me kind of hoped. Doubted that would be the case, but, you know.
And in the force forces.
Yep.
Hello, Bizarro Foxy.
Hello!
So is it now for something completely different? Inquires how goes it?
It goes well. How goes you?
It's going alright.
Very good. So hey, I learned a cool thing, a cool local thing, at least, yesterday. Well, I told you about it, but I'm excited.
Oh, that.
Yeah. The library has a public makerspace in it, with things like a 3D printer and an embroidery machine and some other stuff that I can't remember off the top of my head. But I am going to make use of that. I'm going to make such use of that.
Can print a boat.
A boat? Well, I mean, a lot of 3D printing
you
does
like-
involve rafts.
Well, I mean, you famously like print a boat when you're testing if a 3D printer is properly leveled.
I'm sure they've already done all the leveling.
It's a standard boat. So Foxy got their tickets to Vegas.
Ooh,
Finished watch party of Ava tonight.
cool.
Getting top performer as stower and picker at the job.
Nice.
It inquires, what are you going to be 3D printing?
First, at least, I'm going to be 3D printing a replacement stylus for my DSi XL.
The Sixel.
The Sixel. After that, I don't know.
Just 3D print a butt.
No. I'm sure I've had other ideas for things to 3D print.
Do one of those articulated dragons
Hmm.
that seem to be everywhere.
Or to embroider.
Hmm.
But I don't precisely remember what I was going to do.
Some of the professional ones that exist now, the ones that do metal,
Oh, yeah?
they've gotten doing multiple kinds of metal
Oh, wow.
and filler materials.
Yeah?
It's like, we're getting real close to the age of hardware piracy.
Hmm.
You wouldn't download a car. Yep.
Caduceus wants souls.
I will definitely download a car.
But I don't need to go back to Caduceus right now.
If I can get the lithium, I'd print out an electric car.
5 volumes of ministry-approved literature to Eagles Empyrean. I am going that way.
So it says 3D print special pair of dice, insert quartz.
Insert quartz.
I'm confused.
Like loaded dice?
Or like dice with little spots for quartz inserts in the pips or something?
Oh, that would be cool.
I don't know. 3D print a house with a garage, then the car. Yeah, where into the starts would I put the house?
Well, you get the land first.
Also, have you seen
3D print some land.
Okay, weird spirit from Dust.
That was a neat game.
It was. Yeah, as I recall, the quality of 3D houses Shut up. The quality of 3D printed houses so far are a little bit questionable. And 3D houses suck too. I need a dwelling to be 3.5D, thank you. Like, I don't care if it's got all the walls and the roof and the floor. If it only has those things for an instant and then I've passed it and it doesn't exist anymore, that's an ass in the pain.
Yeah, an instantaneous house is no use to anybody.
And it's an intense confusion to whoever was nearby. And an even bigger confusion to future time travel researchers. What's this? Why is it only then? What the... We must investigate. And Into Place is a real pain in the arse because for the moment, the time surrounding its brief existence, you just have a whole lot of out-of-place looking weirdos, which are the time-traveling researchers, dressed in a sad attempt to blend in like someone from today that wasn't a medievalist might attempt to blend in the 1400s. Just like an obscene conflation of everything from 1200 to 1900. Foxy says, first you get the sugar, then you get the power, then you get the limit. What?
That sounds familiar, but I'm
Is that Scarface?
that might be Scarface.
Is sugar a euphemism for something else fighting better? You know, snowboarding stuff.
Oops. Ah. Wow.
Yeah, you know that one's gonna hit hard because it's got a big windup and it looks all zappy. Ah, Simpsons B episode. Thing is, if you're a bee and you're the one out getting the sugar, then you are a woman and you don't get the power. You share it with all of your sisters. I suppose woman is not the appropriate term.
Probably not.
Because the man on the end of woman refers to human. I am still annoyed that we lost the male man term.
The prefix on man that specifically means male.
Yeah, like man should not be male should not be default. Man used to just refer to a person, the race of men.
Right.
But they dropped were man. Or where man? There man.
There castle. There wolf.
And it seems so presumptuous from our future perspective. It's like guys being like, yeah, we're the default. We're the ones that matter. We don't need a special word for us. The dollar should know that's not actually what happened. He was probably stupider than that. Most language shifts occur for really dumb reasons. This kind of showed his broadside too. He wiggled for a bit.
I think it also made an explosion in its own face. It wasn't a big one, but...
Regrettably, that's what she said. Lisa's rival.
Oh, that
Season
one.
6. No. I did not realize Allison was played by Winona Ryder. That's funny.
Yep.
Allison Taylor, new student, Springfield Elementary, and Lisa starts with primary. Yep. It looks like it did reference Scarface in The Fugitive. I remember The Fugitive. That was the bit with the orb. Right?
The thing with the orb is, that's not The Fugitive, that's,
Oh, it's not The Fugitive? What was the show, The Weird Island?
that's what I'm trying to remember the name of.
Because I remember Homer just, like, pops it, like, it's just a bubble.
Right.
And walks away.
Yeah, the Fugitive, I don't think is exactly sci-fi.
Okay, now I'm trying to remember what the Fugitive. Because I missed a lot of those 70s, 80s shows. I was too young.
Can't I remember the name of it?
Smarter, younger, and a better saxophone. Homer steals a large bar of sugar from a crashed truck to sell it door to door. Oh, is this the one where they banned Big Red Snack Foam? The episode was originally pitched by former writer Conan O'Brien. I forgot Conan wrote for The Simpsons.
The Prisoner is the one you're thinking
Prisoner.
of.
Yeah, when you think about it, it sounds like a prequel to The Fugitive. Or a sequel. Depends on whether or not they got It's like, it goes the pretender, the prisoner, because he got arrested, and the fugitive, because he escaped. That's completely false, but amusing to think of. Chalkboard gag was no one is interested in my underpants. I love the chalkboard gags. Production of this episode was affected by the 1994 Northridge earthquake.
Here we go. Do. And grab those so I can go through the gate.
Such a great show. You were number 6, but who was number 1? That would be telling.
Oh no, the burrower is watching. Look like a pocket mole. Or a pocket gopher. I mean, one of those burrowing animals. Whatever it was called.
Is there one known for stinky?
Well, you were saying that it, like the tunnels give you a piss lung.
Oh. Yeah, like any animal burrow that happens indoors and gets in the air you breathe will do that. Because the dark secret of animal burrows is that they're full of pee and poop. Then it dries and it gets in the air. And breathing it causes something called
Piss lung.
valley fever. AKA piss lung.
I don't know why I'm so invested in it being called piss lung.
For some reason, George actually says make sure you're wearing shorts with your skirt.
Ow. Jork.
Keeps the sugar piled in his backyard where he obsessively guards it against thieves. Marge tells him to get rid of the sugar pile. He refuses and accuses her of trying to sabotage his chances of wealth. Soon the chicker attracts bees from a local aviary. Yeah, the bees will come for it. Surprised it didn't affect the ice. The beekeepers track the swarm to Homer's yard and offer to buy the bees back for $2,000. Well, that's cool of them. Like, wouldn't... I mean, they're bees. They shouldn't have to bite it off. In fact, you usually pay beekeepers to come and get their bees from you. That's what you do when, like, a swarm of bees has taken place. You call a local beekeeper and they come get the bees. And then they put the bees in a bee box. And they grow like bee food near the bee box, and then the bees barf in the box, and they collect the bee barf, and then they put the bee barf in bee barf bottles, and they sell it in upside down bears. Upside down bears full of bee barf from the bee box.
Strangely specific.
Exceedingly generic, actually. It's like, I don't know why, but a lot of brands of honey use that freaking plastic bear. In fact, there are many manufacturers of plastic bears to be filled with bee barf. I'm not sure why. I'm gonna blame Winnie the Pooh. All I know is it's resulted in, like, the greatest honey adjacent quote I've encountered on the internet, which is an internet, technically a journalist, but acting like a chef, declaring, "Summon forth the upside down bear." Anytime you need to add honey to something, you summon forth the upside down bear.
You know what? Sure, let's take a look.
Then you squeeze the bee barf from deep within the bear's innards.
Break through the hardened membrane.
It's been partially digested by some insects. It is explained burrower from below is watching. Surely they're looking up.
With the membrane broken, the flesh above begins sagging downwards. A stoker's swift work with a strut means you can explore the newly exposed opening. You'll have to work swiftly. The strut creaks and complains. It cannot last long. A fraying coil of rope and an empty box of supplies reveals that you are not the first explorers to come here.
Ew.
Huh. I don't have space for crew. I kind of don't want to just abandon them, though. Maybe they'll pay me if I...
I don't think it works like that.
Oh.
Like, if you have space.
Right. But, like, frequently in other situations...
Besides, maybe the soft moding means something else and they want privacy.
Okay, fine. I'll just copy the sigils. And it's just a savage secret.
Sigils of greeting, of truce, what?
Greeting of truce, but they have become scarred and blackened as their lie was revealed.
Oh! This creature. Okay. I know where you are.
Yes.
It even says it up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't know it was a thing.
Oh, those are both.
Yeah. It just had a message for the gardener thing, and... Hey, it's one of those incrustations.
Mm-hmm. Right above the excrustation. Oh, good. That got it. Crinoline.
Got it free.
The capybara. Scavenge.
Eh.
Signal the wreck. They gave supplies. Loot. Search for valuables. Captivating treasure. Captivating treasure.
Ah, yeah, there's Millhouse's sub-story as a reference to the 1993 film The Fugitive.
Harvest the lichen.
I heard Lisa was still on the nose as the guy that got the hard diorama under the parts of the gym.
My dog's breath smells like cat food too.
That means your dog is stealing food from your cat.
Oops.
It should be censured.
Censured?
Censure your dog. I propose economic dog sanctions. I suppose that earthquake is why there was another Simpsons clip show in the next episode.
Hmm.
The earthquake so badly damaged the building that used it had to be condemned.
Wow.
They relocated their building for a year, and much of the animation for the episode was done by people in their own homes. Production for The Simpsons was disrupted for 6 months, with a month of production time being lost. And the clip show. which receive generally negative reviews even compared to other sensory subjects.
Hey, 420.
What is it? It's weird that both sides are thriving.
Yeah. That's part of why I just spent some influence to affect the balance of power. Because I was like, the stovepipes are getting a little too successful. They're still doing over 100, but
Is that what you told the officer?
say what?
Is that what you told the officer?
What do you mean?
You're doing over 100?
Haha.
I got that gag from a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
You are a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
What?
I don't know. Nectar for Carolyn. Hours for the circus. Okay, 5 hours. 5 nectar.
I think you're lucky for a simple pizza.
Pizza finger.
I've got pizza on my fingers.
Alright. So, first, back to the circus real quick.
unfortunate phrase there from one Martin Adrian Wood. In the book, I Can't Believe It's a Bigger and Better Updated Unofficial Simpsons Guide. Who highlighted, quote, great scenes between the Simpson siblings, especially Bart's idea to conquer Allison using a hose pipe.
I beg your pardon?
First off, that sounds very questionably phrased. Second, what's a hose pipe?
I'm not sure.
I mean, there's a hose. There are pipes. What's a hose pipe?
A pipe that you connect a hose to, I would guess? Maybe it's a regional thing. It's a regional dialect.
The pipes are more flexible to their constituent materials, whereas hoses are constructed within a rigid structure. Hoses are reinforced for involving high pressure, whereas pipes are not reinforced. Hoses and pipes are used for the conveyance of fluid too. One plate soon. Thanks so much. What? Is it hose or hose pipe? Hose is a hollow tube designed to carry fluids from one location to another. Hoses are also sometimes called pipes. So the word pipe usually refers to a rigid tube, whereas a hose is a flexible tube. We have a hose pipe, I think. Hose. British all hose pipes. A hose people use to water their garden and wash their cars. Mainly British. Aha! There we go. It's the British English definite word for hose. I am reading the word hose far too often right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, typically we just call that a garden hose.
O's.
You dropped your H.
O's. That's
There's like 6 H's.
that's the joke in there. He didn't want hose. Even though the accent made it sound like you remember that sketch, don't you?
Not offhand.
Starts off, says one of those British general stores where, you know, you don't actually do the shopping yourself. There's the guy who you tell him what you need and he gets everything for you because everything is organized in a way that they know where it is. And, you know, it's not set up for individual shopping.
Oh, that one with the box of eggs.
Eggs?
Eggs box.
No.
This wasn't the same skit?
No.
Wait, what happened with the O's?
It starts with, he says he needs 4 candles.
We had handed 4 candles.
Yeah, and he's handed 4 candles. He says, no, 4 candles. Handles for your fork. Like pitchfork. So it's like, oh, 4 candles. This is 4. I need O's. It's like little O's for this, for like the address sign. Morning something.
O's.
Needs plugs. Which, you know, that could be any
Spark plugs?
spark plugs, bath plugs, electrical plugs.
Yeah, I was about to say, if this is like English, then just electrical plugs, just the plug.
Yeah. And I forget which of those it is, because it could have been any of them. Pumps. Is it bicycle pump? Car tire pump? Is he talking about shoes? And I think it was shoes he was talking about. There we go. Mother sits behind a screen today. Her head aches, she says, but is dismissive of any intimation of concern on your part. She wants only to hear your concerns. She has her knitting. I thought your engine could use a little color, she says. Hookah smoke emerges in billows from behind the painted screen.
Foxy says, well, I'm glad I got to visit you again. I unfortunately have to go into work in a few hours, so I need
dang.
to rest until I need to leave. Have fun. Maybe I'll catch you on my Discord.
All right. Good night. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. Good to see you.
Indeed. Sworn that there's also a gag about grapes, and then it ends on Meg's box.
No, because this is like from the 70s.
Ah, I'm thinking like an updated version seems good.
Or someone else doing something. And also, how would grapes be misunderstood?
That's a query. It might not have been grapes, but that's why grapes got involved. Looking for plums, maybe? Dates? Prunes?
I don't know. I need more drink. I'll be right back.
All aboard. Should I lower the cat seal?
Yeah, go ahead. You do have a Twitch window open as well to view the event log there, right? Cool.
A little bit of yawn, yeah. Yawn.
Okay, onward to Carolon.
The Super Sopper is out, and an array of hose pipes and brown legs and ankle socks is out. can be used to fill a paddling pool. Hose like hose man. Hosin. Hosepipe man. Hosey.
And now that's just making me think of, I was looking earlier, or possibly last night, I forget which, through a bunch of themes for the system running on my DS flash card, because I switched out the one that I had for another one that allegedly has better compatibility, but it is however not compatible with the same themes that I had before. So sadly I could not keep that FOE skin. But I think I'm going to try and make my own FOE skin to replace it with. But I was like browsing some forums and like old sites on archive.org for you know what skins I could find. And one of the sites that I was looking at that had a whole bunch of them, the length of the titles was very inconvenient, caused lots of unfortunate truncations, in that there were a whole lot that said Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, are you okay, buddy?
What?
I think he might have just tripped a little bit on the fan cord. Or possibly stepped on and slipped a tiny bit.
Yeah, it probably slipped under. Or he got like a pot under it and it caught him. Like, hey.
Yeah, well, one of the two. I'm not sure which.
His waist slightly annoyed at the fan. How dare.
Okay. Travel around Carillon. Terrace of glass statues. The path is a mirrored labyrinth. Mirrors! Entry is forbidden to those who are not already afflicted with a flickering soul. No one else on the passage to the terrace will admit that they know where they're going. What a curious figure, says an old man, pointing at his own reflection. He's hoping there aren't any other clowns of that nature where we're going, eh? He jabs you in the rib with his elbow. Fail to see your reflection anywhere. The mirrors are at such odd angles, after all. There are various figures who look familiar, but not a one of them is yourself. They're too tall, or too short, or too skinny, or too ill-dressed, or too foppish, or a bit too pleased with themselves. You've nothing in common with any of them. Stand in front of one of the statues and it will melt into your pose. It will look you in the eye. Its face will be your face, minus a few marks of character. It will still be transparent.
Funky.
Approach the grim penitent. He seems oblivious to your presence. Meet a grim penitent. The man is slim and there are circles under his eyes. He shows no energy at all. He lifts his eyes when you seat yourself. It takes time to get him to speak. He finds the effort of conversation very hard going. For the first few exchanges, he confines himself to the weather at Carillon, but finally he tells you why he is here. Too many years I lived on the other side of a mirror, he says. So long that I forgot everything but that place and its ways, where is and is not change places. I took a companion and endured his not love. It took me a long time to recognize it for what it was. You're assisting a penitent who has had a little too much contact with the Finger Kings.
I think that's a low bar. Those snakes are jerks.
Alright. I actually don't have a lot of penance excess. I have a lot more penance endurance, so I'll use that. Endurance and the ability to come through things is necessary after the experience he's had. He considers the penance dubiously. It does look a bit like a salami wizened behind a bookshelf for a few centuries. Then he overcomes his reticence and consumes it. He looks better almost right away. Energy restored, mood elevated, voice firmer. Where has he been? Someplace that belittled him. Not just a mirror, but a curved mirror that shows you smaller than you are. But he has come back from there, and now he is ready for a new adventure. He's heard legends of what's out there. He just needs to go and look. Nice. Whew. Even with my mirrors, that's, perhaps I should...
Have you pumped them up to max with the...
I have not. I should respec.
A woman in a what? Accompanied. In an unrecognizable uniform, watch society looking rather depressed.
There.
If I had a chicken bean.
More mirrors. Regard your reflection with distaste. The mirror has it wrong. It smoothed out your features, made you ordinary. You turn your head away. There's the same reflection ahead of you, though, and now a whole group of them. So many false yous that you could crew a battleship. Okay, that brings me up to 70%. That's a lot better.
Yes. Yeah, I feel like the DC is not a linear thing.
A lady partook of utter shroom spores. For the penitent's own good, she's being forced to make a handwritten copy of every informational article in the Seasonal since it began printing.
How's that help?
Come on! A gentleman used to spend hours in front of the mirror under the impression that the person within was someone else. Until the penitent recovers from this inclination, he's being made to eat every past untruth written out on tiny parchments. There we go. As a corrective, he is being kept in isolation in a small chamber at one side of the garden. The supervising devil takes a few annotations in a notebook. A lady lies persistently and without realizing it. As punishment, she has been made to wear a suit of iron armor all day long. The penitent appears a bit confused. A gentleman partook of udder shroom spores. Until the penitent recovers from this inclination, he's being made to copy out a heap of encyclopedias, word for word, and begin again whenever there is an error. These patients are the most difficult, says the supervising devil aside to you, except maybe those in the stunted grove. It's so hard to refine a soul that's gotten into this state. A lady went by someone else's name and forgot it was a pseudonym. She's being kept in isolation in a small chamber at one side of the garden.
Pseudolunum.
Diddly. Continue.
Portraits of pitiless accuracy. Surprising devil writes lies in his notebook.
What? She's memorizing the deaths of kings, the births of bishops, and the wording of encyclicals. Are you feeling more aware of the truth? Asks the supervising devil hopefully.
Impossible.
A gentleman habitually compliments enemies and does favors for those who least deserve it. Until the penitent recovers from this inclination, he's being made to copy out encyclopedias. The penitent does not seem much changed by the experience.
Hoopy doopies! It's a 30% fail chance! Just seems like more than 30% of the time.
It does. A lady has forgotten achieving several important inventions, blinks in confusion at the diploma on the wall.
She's forgotten about fire. She's forgotten about wheels.
The lady forgot the names of both parents. For the penitent's own good, she has been locked in conversation with a penitent from the Garden of Insatiable Roses. Neither looks happy. A lady refused to fight back when attacked. Until the penitent recovers from this inclination, she has been dressed in a skin-tight garment with every body part labeled in gold ink. Strange. cure these defects of character. He's being made to eat every past untruth, right? The patient squirms.
Legs and shoulders, knees and toes.
A lady was always peevish, and then always claiming not to mean anything by it. For the penitent's own good, she is... Okay, yeah, that again. Okay, there's 9. A man in shabby dress drafts fictional obituaries one after another. There's 10. And I need 10 penances of any kind. I'm going to want to get more of this in case it just spins them all. I don't like what I see.
It's guts, man.
There we go.
That was a weird meme the internet did. Well,
Okay, now I have 12. Cure your flickering soul. The penance rushes in. One by one, you remember things you'd obscured from yourself, like a dreamer shaking off the lingering illusions. Your soul is nearly in good condition now. Okay, I can't risk that anymore.
it's a smooth crew you got there. Might be time to run back to Magdalene's.
Mm-hmm.
My grandma said ordeals.
Because
What?
that was what it said right there. Back to Mount Ordeals.
I was going further back than that. I was thinking of the castle ordeals.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta get that healer rod. Best item in the game. So, which flaws do you still have?
That is a good question. My soul. Fermented.
Oh, you got fermented back. Okay, that's what happened. I get it. I understand.
Your soul is pristine as a newborn baby's.
Oh, good. That should reduce the things that will try to kill you in the blue canyon. Probably.
Yes. Unless I try to kill them first. Alright. So. Go and speak to the presiding deviless. Provide exquisite insight. Such a dedicated user of Caroline. Can you help her devise some new horrors for the minds of the unworthy? You can only do this once. Make penitents win one contest after another until they have forgotten what it means to meet an opponent worthy of their skill. Let them exchange perspectives with the top of a mountain. Dizzy them with a crown. Show them the terror of ascendancy, which by 1,000 times exceeds the terror of subordination. The Deviless writes as fast as you speak. Your grim ideas she writes in green ink. Your appalling ideas in orange. Gained a Crimson Promise. She rereads the last of your suggestions. Her smile is fleeting and sharp as a child's curiosity.
Yes, healthcare curiosity. You're so pretty. There you go. Oh, that kid looks like you want dancers. Wash your fingers.
What?
Pointy curiosity.
Oh.
Just that.
Yeah, go ahead and jettison some supplies. That's a cheap way to handle it. Boy, 11 sovereigns.
A clasp jewelry box. $11. Hey. Okay, Sunless sandwiches. You do you. Being set upon by an airflow from somewhere.
Ceiling fan?
Dental plane. Lisa needs braces. Remember, those are luxury bones.
Yup.
I dislike it.
As do I. There we go. No more terror. Now, let's make our way to the Blue Kingdom. I guess New Winchester first. And then round the back. Just a half a mile from the railroad track, you can get anything you want at the Burrower's Restaurant. I don't know.
Oh yeah, didn't we find something for losing the Burrower's attention that wasn't
Yes.
$400?
Yes, we did.
What was it?
Unlicensed chart.
Oh yeah, that was it. Get the breath, and you can use the chart, and either it fails and you lose the chart, but you're good, or it succeeds and you keep the chart and you lose the Burrower's attention.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty good chart.
Meow. 85 sovereigns.
That is a pretty good chart there, you might say.
Round.
Why is it round?
Well, 'cause, look.
I guess this is round.
Yeah, exactly.
Like most aeronautical charts are rectangular shaped.
Rectangulum shaped.
Rectangularly? Rectangulingus? Rectangulingus. Actually, there's been like... I need something stronger. This way.
Okay, stovepipes are back down to 75.
Yeah, did you turn in their burnt plates?
That's over in Lustrum.
Some bit out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, not your back in Winchester.
I mean, at Magdalene's, it was even more out of the way.
Hmm. Yes, you are a kitty. Good job with that.
Brush, brush. Is this what you were wanting? Were you itchy?
Behind the schemes.
Now, I wonder what it will cost to go through the relay. Because if I can have that ready... then I should like to do that. Ow!
Oh, did you take your line passenger to Prosper?
No, I don't... Have I even picked up the line passenger?
From Mulberry? I don't know. Maybe not.
Yes, I did. I did that.
Alright,
I
sorry.
did that before we went to. Before we went to Eleutheria.
Hmm.
If my terror hadn't gotten so high, I would have done that right after Carolon.
Hmm.
The psalmists are preparing to abandon their church. The priest seeks passage to the White Well. The psalmist priest throws himself at your feet. I kneel before you twice scorned, he says, once by my former congregation, and now again by the prejudiced machinations of this city. Please, take us aboard your train. He pulls a tattered map from his equally tattered robes. Here, the White Well in the Blue Kingdom, where the dead go. We will build anew there. We will spread our word even beyond the veil. The twice-scorned priest's haggard face lights up for a moment. For this you will escape condemnation. The psalmists of the cursing church are so overjoyed that a few of them attempt to smile. It's a terrible thing to behold. They settle back into their habitual frowns as they gather their meager belongings and file onto your train.
What in the world?
I will also try and find it.
Paperwork and references an acceptable character.
Blue Kingdom
Permits,
Transit
Mistress and permits. first class. Okay, spawned up in here. Okay. So it's the otherworldly artifact, I think. Second class. 2 barrels of ours.
2 hours.
First class is another landly artifact.
2 bottles of souls.
Yep, 2 doubles of souls.
Okay. Well, since souls don't come up very often, I'll bring those with me. And make sure I have a lot of fuel and supplies, because I'm going to be doing some exploring. Because I have no idea how soon outside the relay. Remy, please.
No idea how soon outside the relay, Remy. Nice catch. Distracts the kitty.
Here we go. A stone edifice scintillant with sigils is encased in a contrivance of steel and brass. This is a Seng Jenkins relay, allowing transport via a loophole in some cosmic mandate to a far-flung district of heaven. This one leads to the Blue Kingdom, one of the domains of the dead. It is little used. London only has a single, faltering embassy there. Thanks to the lack of traffic, many London officials consider this a cushy post. Those stationed here are in good favor with the department. You'll need references of acceptable character, and, of course, there is a processing fee. Remy. The official considers you from behind his desk at the relay gate. A thoughtful nod. We must be cautious, for the Empire's safety. He appraises you. We need to be certain you're the right sort of captain. He picks up the coin purse you've placed on the counter and considers its heft. Clearly you are. He bears a tobacco-tinted smile as he prepares your permit. The paper is white as lamb's wool and thick enough to make an undignified wobbling noise when he hands it over.
Is that odd symbol?
That's a otherworldly artifact. I think the symbol represents the Blue Kingdom.
I suppose it does. Even though the other symbol representing the Blue Kingdom is the Vision of Heaven, wasn't it? So yeah, that's wacky.
Of course, someone of your character, the official is already paying more attention to the soul bottles than to yourself, can go right ahead. The hour looms creak into motion. The official consults a clock. You've 30 seconds to get on board. 29 now. The official will be using those poor quality hours that wouldn't be missed in an inspection. Your journey is likely to be wearing. The machinery grinds and stirs. Steam vents, the sigils of the edifice burn with sullen fire. A force like a great hand seizes your engine. A whistle-stop tour visit all 4 regions with a single captain.
Jeez.
Sky Barnett. A constant stream of dead spirits enters the Blue Kingdom through the base of the tower. Once there was a manned toll gate, but the fees have become more complicated, and the toll window is closed now. The entry hall runs through the toll tower, through gates that are never closed. The hall is full of passing spirits, few of them human. A masked warhorse, a masked dolphin swimming easily in the ghost of an ocean, a creature with 10-foot wings, which would certainly be more frightening if it showed its true face. No one speaks, and there are no footfalls, only a faint susurration like the drift of leaves. There are stairs up and down, and less ordinary means of entry. A masked orangutan just descended a pole to the floor below. Alongside the grand entrance is the marketplace of litigators, for all who need companionship and guidance in their encounter with the Blue Kingdom. Downstairs, prominent devils live, and in the upper floor of the toll tower is the Embassy of Albion. The attachés search for the lost love. The supercilious attaché is a very busy man, apparently, but when you mention the bleak industrialist's name, his secretary suddenly waves you through. You find the attaché hunched at his desk, halfway through a mackerel sandwich. "The bureaucracy here is utterly intractable," he moans. "I tried all the official channels, honestly. I filled forms until my hands bled, but they won't even tell me where she is. It's no use, anyway. The dead can't go back." Ask where you should start looking. You'll have to track her down the old-fashioned way. "The spirit is sent first to the White Well for judgment at the stone-faced court," explains the attaché. "If they're officially declared dead, they move on to Death's Door. From there, well, nobody knows. I have something that may help your search if you insist on persisting." He retrieves a wax tablet from his drawer and pushes it across the desk. "It declares the bearer is officially dead. Everything here runs on spit and paperwork, you see. I went to a lot of trouble to get hold of this, so tell the industrialist that my debt is paid." You now have one testament of salt.
Salt, you say?
Salt, you say?
Huh. I thought salt went west. It's like...
You mean east?
Yeah, east. Yeah, I thought salt was like underground. Did it too decide to leave the undersea?
Litigators and resident devils have set up their stalls among the crowd heading into the Blue Kingdom. "Don't go alone. Hire a psychopomp," advises a banner in indigo lettering. A masked woman is negotiating at the first booth, offering 2 silver coins and a lock of hair.
Hired embittered devil, face of an arsonist, and the breath of a blast furnace. Offer preliminary consultations free of charge.
Sure. Unlocked when looking for antedeceased status in the Blue Kingdom is... Visit the Marketplace of Litigators in the Toll Tower to learn about matters of status. "You want to be marked antedeceased," explains the litigator bluntly. "You know what that means, of course? Have a seat. The consultation is free of charge for the first 12 hours. A litigator's assistant has offered you a pillow on the stone floor and prepared you a cup of heated ox blood. In front of you is a wax tablet which offers a menu of suitable questions and which is entitled Liturgy of Consultation, Lesser Rite. What is antedeceased status, and where might one acquire it? The antedeceased are those who, and here the assistant coughs significantly, come to the Blue Kingdom ahead of their time, when they have not yet passed away. The kingdom does permit to the antedeceased a certain limited access to its functions, but one will always be something of a curiosity. The antedeceased in the Blue Kingdom must watch out for the perfection, the Blue Logoi, who punish aberrations and violations of the normal order. What is ephemera status, and why are the ephemera so many? Those who have come to the Blue Kingdom in the proper way. The ephemera are the many, many dead who have come to the Blue Kingdom to enter by death's door. They are ephemera only until they pass through, and then... But it is forbidden to speak of that higher mystery. The assistant interrupts the liturgical explanation in order to ring a bell 3 times and to kiss a branch of antlers wreathed in honeysuckle. The ephemera are not entirely free of troubles, however. It may take time to proceed through death's door, and while they remain outside, they are harried by the gold logoi in order to inspire them to better and wiser behavior. What is yoked status, and why might one dread it? Yoked spirits are those bound to the service of the Blue Kingdom. They serve its logoi and its courts, carry objects, and convey souls. Those who are yoked must guard against the red logoi, the propriety, who protect the kingdom from its own servants, and make sure that no one is overly seen or excessively heard. What is invisible status, and why is it the worst status of all? Those who are invisible have not yet been processed by the Blue Kingdom. This is the worst of outcomes. Every one of the logoi is an enemy to the invisibles. What are the logoi, and how do they punish those of unsuitable status? The logoi are words spoken by the Sapphired King. They are decrees. They are statements about how the world should be. They are giant wheels of spinning fire. May I take some notes? This consultation provides ample matter for a report. You copy what you hear, but the liturgy is repetitious, and you are soon embellishing it with stories of invented shades and ruined monuments to past empires. The top 3 floors of the tower belong to the Embassy of Albion.
Visitor climbs 10 flights of amber stairs guarded by spirits and devils.
Yep, the visitor climbs 10 flights of amber stairs guarded by spirits and devils, and arrives in a modest-sized parlor decorated with a pink floral carpet and a painting of the Empress. The secretary of the embassy works in the neat half of the office. The disordered half is the domain of the cultural attaché. Deliver port reports. Hey, there we go. For each report, the secretary completes an intake form noting the subject of the report, and a quality metric based on number of objective details included. Maps and sketches add to the quality metric. Adverbs incur a penalty. Afterwards, she places each report in a labeled drawer and passes you a receipt and a sack of sovereigns. 2 minutes later, the cultural attaché is kneeling beside the drawer, scattering the sheets on the floor around him. Oh, that's a fine detail. What rot. That will need a great deal more color. The secretary does not have sufficient status to complain, so she does not. Invest in copies of the cultural attaché's work. There are 19 volumes published. He is working on the 20th now. Can be used to hire certain assistants. Request the embassy's assistance with local bureaucracy. I fear you'll have to hire your own litigator from the marketplace of litigators if you want representation, says the secretary. Regrettably, the Embassy of Albion cannot intervene in local matters. From her tone, it's clear that while someone might regret this circumstance, she personally does not. Okay, so let's see here. 80, 68, 68, 69. Okay, so if I can get iron and veils. Actually, none of them dealt in iron, did they? So, veils and hearts would be the two that I am lowest on. So whichever litigator that was will make up for my shortcomings. You'll have to convince the secretary that you have an appointment already. When you arrive, the ambassador is dressing a wound on her arm. My predecessor was afraid to leave the toll tower, she remarks as you come in. He hardly saw any of the Blue Kingdom. I'm determined not to duplicate his errors, but as you see, there are some costs to the more assertive approach. The cuts on her arm are clean and shallow. They look like characters in an unfamiliar alphabet. An encounter with the Logoi, she says. And no, I don't know what it's supposed to mean. Sit. What do you want from me? The ambassador is a tall, silver-haired woman. She is draped in medals and commendations, but none of these are recent. Piled in front of the ambassador is a stack of demands, all marked urgent, pertaining to payments due soon, past due, and in their final notice period. Offer to help with her financial concerns. There might be value in putting the ambassador in your debt. There is, the ambassador admits, a small matter. The embassy's place in the toll tower is leased by permission of the Blue Kingdom. Observe the lease, she says, pushing a document across the table towards you. It says that we are entitled to remain here for 3 viewings of the sun. The devils take this to refer to days by the calendar, and they are having fees levied against us. But I argue that I haven't seen the judgment of the Blue Kingdom even once, so the lease is nowhere near complete. She watches expectantly to see whether you still want to be involved.
Involved in a rental dispute.
Mm-hmm. Ask where one might begin renegotiating the embassy's lease. She hasn't done it herself, but perhaps she knows where to start. My nose itches. The House of Days will have to give a ruling, the ambassador says. They do intake for humans at the Court of Apes. They've never allowed me further than that, but perhaps you will be more fortunate. The Court of Apes, you say? Is this where they ended up? Did they have an accident?
It was a questionably built airship.
Mm-hmm. There is one that involves iron, but it's iron and mirrors, which that doesn't really help me. There's 2 of them that help with hearts and veils. Oh no, it's just the one. There's just 2 ways to. Okay. So ministry approved literature. It leafs through the book, especially the index, where the words are most dense and the type smallest. Then it folds the volume away into a pocket of its surprisingly capacious robe and invites you to lead the way. The cowled loquacitor will assist you for a month before further payment is required. Loquacitor? Because loquacious, but loquacitor?
A thing that engages in being loquacious.
Yeah, a talker, speaker. I don't know where either of those things are, so...
Your business said the way well. It wants 5 casts of gemstones.
And I think I have some at the Forge of Souls, too.
You do.
Golganuza.
Purple shotgun.
Let's see, 24, 350, 300, 40.
It's a big shotgun.
350, 35. 350, 30. Oh, it is a big one. Ooh. A purple, an assaying glass that adds armor. Interesting.
A lattice of bright jeweled eyes prying from the ruins of the Blue Kingdom.
Mounted so that they stud your plating like stars gemming the firmament. They will scrutinize anything nearby. A stone mouth, conveniently mounted in your cabin, reports their findings. Cool.
And slightly unsettling.
Oh, and it goes in the armor slot, though. Interesting. It's an armor slot.
Armor with a saying. Okay.
Yeah.
So it would go in the armor slot, and then you'd have another auxiliary slot for something.
Mm-hmm.
Rose adamant plating, which I think is one of the stronger platings metal.
It's what I have.
Interior support pillars. $15 armor and an auxiliary slot.
Mm-hmm. Why should armor only be on the outside?
Defense in depth. A gleaming gallon.
Petrichor? The food of the dead. It is pale as the ghost of a moon, sweeter than spun sugar, and crumbles in your mouth like plaster of Paris. That actually sounds kind of pleasant.
Does it work like supplies do?
I don't know. I don't know whether that's supplies or just a trade good. Let's see. Parsifal, Pelennor, Bedivere, Agravain.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Replacement of supplies in the Blue Kingdom. So, yes? It's just a little more expensive. Kingdom is the smallest region in the game, but also the most challenging. Usually be attempted by high-level captains of very well-equipped ships. Oh wow, yeah, that's an annoying maze.
All right. Well, let's start looking around. Hmm. Where they were answered.
Well, I guess next time come here, we'll want just buy a lot of supplies and shove them in the bank.
Yeah.
So you can use ordinary supplies for most of the
The House of Days. The house is lit from nowhere in the color of dawn. It has no windows anywhere in its great facade, only colonnades and stone. It gives the impression of having been extended again and again, portions of the building at different heights with different roofs. The House of Days is a palace so large that it is hard to see both ends of the facade. The staircase up is many stories tall and ballrooms wide. There is only one door. Spirits go in briskly, but those who come out are slower, not always sure where to go next. A masked rubbery spirit sits on the steps, holding an application tablet smeared in yellowish fluid. Application denied, no right of appeal. The door is guarded by two wheels of light, living and resplendent. They are not quite too bright to look at.
What is that first little thing of the eyes?
Not having any known in the House of Days. There are creatures and spirits without number. As you walk down a crowded thoroughfare, you notice the masked spirits shuffling to one side and dropping reverently to their knees. Some are raising unlit candles. Some have retrieved broken hourglasses from their robes. Others are scrawling complex symbols on the floor in chalk. The cause of the commotion appears at first glance to be just another spirit in a porcelain mask, taller than the others, his stride more sure. Luminous energies swirl at its feet. Look to the cowled loquacitor for guidance. Should you be kneeling as well? A servitor of the Blue Kingdom, murmurs the cowled loquacitor, gently pushing you to your knees and handing you a stick of chalk. One of the Sapphired King's most trustworthy servants, only a step below the logoi. There are many possible obeisances, but the simplest is to scrawl your name in the gutter and sweep it out as it walks past. You do as instructed. The servitor doesn't so much as glance your way. In moments it turns the corner and is gone. All around you, spirits clamber to their feet and resume their business. The antechamber of the Pansecretus. One may see the Pansecretus at any time. He appears as a sigil of flame at the heart of the House of Days. The same sigil is reflected in the polished stone. It is written at the head of the page, in every appointment book of the house. It is spoken as greeting and parting by the servants of the house. To be noticed by the Pansecretus, however, requires effort and prior arrangement. Listen to rumors about the Pansecretus. Each time you hear the name, it conveys new meanings to you. The Pansecretus is a logos, a word that was spoken by the westernmost king, and has echoed ever since. Depending on your translator, the Pansecretus's meaning may be rendered as any of these phrases: eternal dominion, everything in its place, no drop-in meetings permitted. The sigil is painted in nectar on the ceiling of the Court of Hummingbirds for the better understanding of the winged spirits. In the Court of Whales, it is expressed in bass song. In the Court of Bloodhounds, it is translated, almost accurately, as a scent of vetiver and sandalwood. What else is here? Lurk near the entrance. Perhaps someone will tell you what lies inside. Once upon a time, the House of Days was only one court, with the Pansecretus inside. They built new courts each time a new need was found. Now, several floors of the House of Days are too low-ceilinged for a human to enter, and others are scaled for giants. 2 sections of the house are underwater, and one burns without respite, catering to the spirits of those born in volcanoes. These surface differences do not signify. Every court is essentially alike: a place to wait, a place to fill forms, a collection of weighing and measuring devices, a window with a secretary. Blue Kingdom status is invisible. One of the wheels circles you. You have no shadow, illuminated like this. The fact strikes you as obscurely shameful. You are invisible, says the wheel, though the language it uses is a single word, which is its own name, and which you comprehend without translation. You must present yourself to the proper authorities and be given a status in the Blue Kingdom. A masked chimpanzee passes you, snickering. It has been marked with a seal that declares it ephemera.
Yeah, to fix.
Yeah, have to go to the White Well.
Yeah, well. Locate the White Well, which I think they said was to the northeast? West? What do you think?
An enclave of the dead. These shades, some once human, some not, all masked and quiet, are performing the observances they hope will secure their passage through death's door. They pray around a pattern of stones arrayed in complex circles. Occasionally, one of them stands and moves a stone, provoking a fierce but silent and gesticulatory argument. When you approach, they stop. The laws of guest right require that they offer you respite. I don't think that's necessary. Leave the dead to their affairs. You climb back onto your engine and steam away. The shades watch you from behind their solemn masks. red logos keeps this passage against any yoked who dare trespass. Oh, you're frightening. You're also giving chase. Oh, this is a bridge. I can go under it.
Hey, why is it attacking? You're not... Yo, you're invisible. Oh, right. Invisible. All logos are hostile to invisible.
Yeah.
That's my attack. For some reason.
Hell, if they give chase, I'll fight. And the Logos is still following me.
There's a Kente creeper to deal with. Yeah, it's actually a little frightening. I think this is what happens in the tutorial cabin. Oops. It seemed you accidentally killed your off tank.
Yep.
You defeated it.
That wasn't too bad.
Had a lot of XP.
It did. A wheel of living flame, a commandment of the westernmost king's highest law, an utterance of fire and glory. This Logos was of the order of propriety. The propriety regulate the officials of the eternal bureaucracy. They visit judgment upon any of the dead of the yoked caste, the lowliest of the kingdom's servitors, who permit themselves to be seen or heard, or who abandon their duties. It is not dead, only diminished. It will rekindle in time, at which point it would be advisable to be far away.
Ooh, fuel.
2/3 chance of success. I'll give it a shot. Because my terror isn't high enough to bother with celebrating. Success. You send out a complement of stokers to tame the immortal flame. They approach the mangled wheel of fire, specks of shadow before the searing light. All hands return. No one burns today. The embers are shoveled into the boiler, which roars like a triumphant tiger. Gouts of steam billow from the smokestack. Okay, I didn't realize I was risking crew by doing that.
Neither. It didn't say that.
It didn't.
See, I'm checking out how the Enclave of the Dead thing works. fragile as meringue. So, possibly meringue? It doesn't sound like meringue.
I hear another one. It stopped.
Increasing. That increases. You can recruit shades for your crew. Maybe needs served by shades. Okay, petrichor for souls. Why? Offer a cage catch to save their leader. Unless it's short. Trade living food for gemstones.
Ooh.
Trade supplies for casted damage changes on gemstones. Huh. That's. That's a kind of trade.
Mm-hmm. Ha! Eat it, Resurrectionist. Bombazine. Yeah. Okay, so the logo look a lot scarier than they are. Good to know. This Logos was one of the Visitation who deliver trials upon the dead pilgrims of the Ephemera caste. It is not dead, only diminished.
You triumphed over a Prince of Heaven.
A stoker brings out his fiddle, a signaler her flute. The galley is raided. The bridge becomes an East End pub for an evening, and several of your crew get blind drunk. The laughter is queasy with the dissipation of terror.
Good.
The narrow road so thick beset. The White Well. Half ziggurat, half fortress, the court is where spirits go to face judgment before they meet their end. A meek little city has sprung up around it almost by default. Erd, a quietly frostbitten city that clings like a scab to the White Well. Masked dead wander its ice-sheathed streets, going wherever dead people go. A statue crumbles on every corner, subjecting passers-by to forbidding stone glares. At Erd's center looms the stone-faced court, where the dead are judged. A ziggurat wide as a mountain, as tall as a stack of castles. Erd's population are mostly waiting for permission to enter. Seek entry to the stone-faced court. A queue of thousands of masked spirits stretches out from the gates and winds down a dozen streets, through buildings and over rooftops. You unlocked this by not having permission to enter the stone-faced court. You needed 4089 at most.
What? Also unlocked invisible. Ooh, chops.
Most of the population of Erd, it seems, are holding a place in the tangled queue. You see spirits departing and rejoining, silently tapping each other in and out. No one pushes, no one cuts in. An unfathomable etiquette is at work. When you ask a spirit near the front how long they've been waiting, they just shrug. A woman sits in a booth beside the gates. At least you think she's a woman. The flesh above her collarbone has been carefully trimmed away, leaving a picked clean and perfectly bald skull with gemstones in its sockets. She grins more fixedly than one might expect, even from a skull. "It's a bit of a wait, dear," says the unreasonably chirpy administrator.
For tithe of gemstones, sneaky.
Yeah. Ask your litigator to intercede on your behalf. Your champion glides forward, smoothing, flattering, placating. The unreasonably chirpy administrator is used to flooding visitors with paperwork, not the other way around. The loquacitor slides form after form across her desk. Certificates of authenticity, notices of intent, requests, licenses, promissories. The administrator waves you through from somewhere behind the document mountain. "Your entry permission lasts 1 month only," says the administrator, stamping a certificate and handing it to you. A quietly frostbitten city. Oh, okay, yeah. Enter the stone-faced court. You will need an entry pass from the administrator in order to skip the queue. Yep. As you step inside the court, you are immediately accosted by another skull-headed gentleman, though his ivory is noticeably more worse for wear than the administrator's. Yellowing, cracked, pitted with craters. The carious official glances irritably at its clipboard. An invisible. Perfect. Wonderful. An administrative nightmare was exactly what I needed at this juncture, in fact. He looks you over. Ugh. Well, follow me, I suppose. I am your guide. Welcome to the court, etc. Follow the carious official. Spirits are obliged to pretend that they can't see you, which could make for some excellent pranks if that were permitted, which it is not. Your footsteps ring out as you walk through the labyrinthine corridors of the stone-faced court. The bleak stone catches the echo and magnifies it 100-fold. "Delightful, aren't they?" mutters the official as you walk past a row of misshapen gargoyles. The court is vast and cold and almost entirely empty, unless you count the statues. Everywhere you look, there are statues in varying states of decay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Looks like a party lich.
Trials take place in a grand chamber at the court's heart, dominated by a colossal basalt statue of a sphinx. Judges are distinguished not just by their horned crowns, but by the hoard of gemstones embedded into their skulls. As you enter, the jeweled judge is deliberating atop her throne. A masked spirit stands in the docks before her, placidly awaiting its fate. Dead, mutters the official behind you. Dead, dead, dead. She's going to say dead. Look, it's obviously dead. Nothing to see here, just dead. Hurry up, dead. Dead, pronounces the judge finally. Ask the judge about the industrialist's lost love, write a court report, watch the trials of the dead, ask the official to formally declare you antedeceased. You are currently invisible, but would prefer to be seen. Successful, this will change your status to antedeceased, confirming to the Blue Kingdom that you are lamentably alive. The judge will measure the quality of your soul, the power of your ideas, the texture of your terror. If you are judged worthy, you will receive a testament of roses, but it will cost you a moment of inspiration. It also needs gemstones. Well, let's start with the port report. What is there to say about the city outside? The dead wait, the snow falls, the days pass. The court is where things happen. You sit down with one of the skull-headed graven and ask her what she's heard about recent developments at the court. 2 hours and 3 of your notebooks later, she's still talking about the recent doomed efforts at bureaucratic reform, which have inevitably made everything more complicated.
Oh, did they try to put together a new standard, and so now they have another competing standard?
Several put-upon mid-level administrators have cracked under the strain, regrown their faces, and fled the White Well to try to enjoy life. She whispers the latter with a note of genuine bafflement. Ask the judge about the industrialist's lost love. You give her all the details that the industrialist told you. Not too many details, unfortunately. It pained him to relay them. The judge peers at you. I have 72 more spirits to process before the end of the hour if I can hope to meet today's quota, she says. Do you really think I have time to pore over the records of all the spirits who passed through here and were declared dead? 59%. Offer a tithe. You can call in a formidable favor. You need an indulgence. Somehow, despite the fact that her face is a gem-studded skull, she manages to project a decidedly skeptical air. I'll give the test a shot. Good.
Yay!
She listens with sympathy as you relay the industrialist's story. Oh, fine, she says. I'll get to work. Come back at the end of the day. When you return, she is sitting before a book that's easily 4 times as tall as she is. The pages are cast from brittle clay, and a servile graven stands atop a precarious stepladder, turning them periodically. She holds up a hand as he finally reaches the correct page. The spirit you seek has been judged as dead, says the judge. She has moved on to death's door. If you're lucky, you can reach her before she passes on. Alright, you are currently invisible, but would prefer to be seen. The official sighs and pinches the spot where the bridge of his nose used to be. Always me, isn't it? Well, I suppose it will cause less trouble for both of us in the long run. Before I can declare you antedeceased, I must be satisfied you're committed to being dead one day, says the official. No dabbling in immortality, no living life to the fullest. You're just a shell of meat and juice patiently awaiting its end. The traditional way to do this is to stage yourself a premature funeral, a public demonstration of mortality. Then there's just some paperwork and you're officially living for death. Invite mourners to your funeral. You're not fussy as long as they can turn on the waterworks at the appropriate moments. You have to trawl the back streets of Erd, but you manage to corral a dozen confused spirits and one toothless graven who has apparently had too much to drink. It's not much, but it's the best you can hope for.
How much?
100. Flowers and fireworks. The official counts your coins carefully, then flings them from the nearest window. He catches your expression. Your money is useless here, he says defensively. The important thing is that it matters to you. Now that I know you've spent what seems like a vaguely appropriate amount, I can organize some suitable decorations on your behalf. A particularly heartfelt eulogy, unusual for a eulogy to be delivered by its own subject, perhaps, but at least you can throw in some good anecdotes. 3 sky stories. You sit down and compose what turns out to be a particularly stirring eulogy, if you say so yourself. Shame you won't be around to do this for the real thing. Now this is the death. Treat yourself to an ostentatious funeral. The procession marches through Erd. Fireworks crackle overhead, wreaths of flowers line the streets. The sheer spectacle is enough to attract a larger audience than expected. You sit up in your coffin, waving to your adoring mourners. Finally, you arrive at your grave. The Carius official delivers the last rites in a bored monotone. As you are lowered, waving into the ground, you don't lie down until the first shovelful of soil hits you in the face. After a few anxious subterranean minutes, the Carius official digs you up and hands you a bundle of documents to sign. Very moving, I thought, he says, wiping an imaginary tear from his eye socket. You'll make a fine corpse someday. You are one of the anti-deceased. Surely an interesting case will come along any moment now. For every trial, the routine is the same. The judge will bow deeply to the Sphinx statue behind her throne and beseech the watcher to lend her wisdom. A spirit will be brought forth and measured and prodded and weighed. The judge will declare it dead. Eventually, a spirit is ushered forth whose case has unique complications. The spirit under trial is an ephemera who has been bounced around the Blue Kingdom for decades. Its case file is a stack of stone tablets that the jeweled judge reads through with evident horror. The spirit just wants to be declared dead, but its papers have been repeatedly misfiled. Its soul raises all sorts of false alarms among the spirit measurers, and its corpse was exhumed and used in unsettling experiments. All this has apparently greatly complicated its post-mortem status. I'm sorry, but the Watcher has told me I must declare you ephemera for the 11th time, says the judge apologetically. Please ensure these issues are sorted before you return for another trial. The spirit's shoulders slump in defeat. Ask the cowed loquacitor to argue the ephemera's case. Surely...
I love the description for the other option.
Yeah, you barely know the laws here, and you've only got a few minutes to scan 6,000 lines of cuneiform engravings. What could go wrong? Even better than even odds.
A dog enters a tavern.
The cowed loquacitor stands before the court and goes through the ephemera's case line by line, pointing out corrections, amendments, and addenda. It takes 2 full days, but by the end it is clear that the ephemera has already done everything asked of it by the bureaucracy. What else is left, demands the cowed loquacitor. At some point, a decision must be made rather than delayed. The judge sighs. Congratulations! I declare you dead. The spirit leaps with joy. As he leaves the courtroom to meet his fate, he pauses to press a note into your palm. It bears the name of the woman who killed him. right.
Well, that happened.
Yeah. Return to the city outside. Shops. Oh boy. Hey, wait, there was something I could do with souls inside the court. What was it? Court is freezing, so wrap up warm. Wouldn't want you catching your death. A little Blue Kingdom humor there. Oh, reduce terror.
Rounds to reduce terror.
Okay. Terrors. Yep, it's only at 6%. The Rag and Bone. No, wait, I thought I had other business here, too.
Here at Stoneface.
I guess there are other parts of the White Well.
Let me see here. Need to talk to the Stoneface judges at the White Well. I think we did that.
Yeah.
The industrial love is at that store.
Right.
Yeah, I think we... Oh, right, those guys wanted to be dropped off.
Yeah, but I didn't see a thing to do that.
So yeah, there might be more to the White Well than here.
Yeah. Unless one of those other interactions was a... Help me remember to bring a cask of gemstones here next time. In fact, possibly a few of them.
Bring some gems to the White Well.
Yeah, there's no other interactions there, so I presume there must be... Oh, wow, look at this.
Whoa! It doesn't have weird well winds.
No.
It's like, not moving. It is a horror, though. It's good to know. Oh, that's wacky. Here at prison of the Blue Kingdom reserved for punishment of the Erased.
A smattering of dark cottages at the White Well's edge. It is surrounded by endless rows of tumbled and broken statues, mere specks against the snow. Howling winds erupt from the frozen abyss, rattling roofs and chasing snow over mist-shrouded streets. Here we go. Deposit the psalmists. The twice-scorned priest and his flock have traveled a long, long way from New Winchester. Your crew can't wait to be rid of them. The psalmists emerge from your train, pulling coats tight against the wind. They form a bleak, snow-battered huddle. A few hurry to fetch the wood and tools they brought. Soon they've laid the foundations for a church. We can manage our own affairs for a while, the twice-scorned priest tells you. His nose and ears are already bitter red from the cold. Take these maps. We don't need them anymore. The church should be finished in 2 weeks. Visit us then. As you leave, you notice a line of widows assembled in the distance, watching wordlessly. 2 unlicensed charts. I briefly misread that as terror remains unhinged.
2 weeks, you said?
Mm-hmm.
That's, well, no. In mid-June.
Yeah. Like June 10th, 11th, something like that. 10th, I think, because there's 31 days in May. Howling winds erupt from the frozen abyss, rattling roofs and chasing snow over mist-shrouded streets. Most of the silhouettes in the snow are statues, cracked and mutilated by age. A few are not statues, but gaunt women in mourning veils, who skitter suddenly into motion as you come near, and fall into silent line behind you. At the center of the village is a squat black cottage. Its walls throb.
Those aren't supposed to do that.
These cadaverous figures are known as the widows at the well. Their role is to inter the failed dead. You've attracted a half-circle of veiled observers by now. They respond to your questions with whispers and hiss among themselves. I kept wanting to say amongst. "You're in the wrong place," says one of them finally, stepping a little too close. She points to where the lights of Erd twinkle on the other side of the well. "The stone-faced court is there. Grandmother will know you're here by now," says another of the widows. "If you intend to stay, you must meet with her. Else, fly away at once." Seek out the matronly relict's approval. She squats in a black cottage at the village's heart. Its walls bulge and pulsate oddly. The relict is an old woman of colossal stature. As tall and broad as a wagon, her face such a mass of wrinkles that her features are almost entirely lost. She shuffles aside and gestures silently to an armchair beside a roaring fire. You ignore the insistent skitter-scratching coming from inside the walls, and you enter her parlor. The relict collapses into an armchair opposite you, taking up her needles. They clicker and clack, knitting together black threads that outstretch from the walls and ceiling and floor. One of the widows pours you a warmish tea, then kneels at the relict's side with her head bowed. Okay, immaculate souls to the well mouth.
What's the other thing?
Antideceased.
I question whether or not you actually want to do this, though.
Oh?
Aren't things feeling a little spidery?
Yeah.
For parlor and all that?
Yeah. I just get the feeling that providing that gift will make sure I'm not eaten if I wish to return. A steady supply of immortals and quasi-immortals trickles from the stone-faced court. One is being dragged toward the edge now. The failed dead is a cadaverous figure in a three-piece suit, his skin tattooed with phrases in Sanskrit. The widows are dragging him to the edge of the well atop a rickety cart. Though shackled in heavy iron, he thrashes and writhes like a snake on hot coals. "I can give you power," he shouts, voice carrying even above the wind. The widow's wagon nears the edge. "Wealth, secrets, feasts, favors. I've lived 1,000 years. I am owed debts by gods. What do you want?" The widows titter beneath their veils and tip him unceremoniously into the abyss. The psalmists are busy raising a church while the widows look on. The priest receives you in his half-built church. His congregation are hammering and sawing, but not him. He cannot work. As a show of devotion, he has been clutching a knife in one hand for decades. His fingers have withered lifelessly around the hilt. We left old Tom's well because we disagreed on the interpretation of a line of the psalm, he tells you. A schism, I suppose. But only because those fools were too stubborn to concede their point. Yet in the end, New Winchester wasn't right for us either. He glances out over the white well and scowls. This place suits our temperament.
Okay. I thought the white wells were stuff from the other wells belched forth.
No, that's a white hole. Oh, hi. Oops. Back up, back up. Gotcha. Do. Hey, maybe I'll get lucky. Yeah, okay. Now, did you have force? Do you have?
No, I was. What I'm trying to do is figure out exactly what dying of the dead is. Xenia. See, hidden quality. Okay, so if you accrue dining with the dead from eating eating with the dead in that one event, or consuming petrichor.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to purge the quality in its fullness in order to leave the Blue Kingdom. Which is done by giving stuff to the inhabitor of the threshold.
Here we go. The relict grins, revealing why she has not spoken. The upper and lower rows of her butter-yellow teeth are fused together. She makes a soft clucking noise with her tongue, and her attendant widow hurries to fetch some parchment. The old woman hunches, pen in hand, armchair groaning. Her handwriting is spiky, scratchy, almost incoherent. Almost. She writes 3 simple words. You may stay. As she finishes, the jagged scrawl of ink lifts itself from the page, segments, and scatters for the shadows in a dozen scuttling black forms. Only the blank page remains. Okay, so I can come here to change my status if I need to. And that's what I gain by currying favor with the matronly relict.
In case you need to be yoked or something to do a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can sneak around as one invisible.
Mm-hmm. The hell are you? Jesus. That blew up right in my face.
Explosive.
It's largely my own fault. A rancid horror, with the elongated muzzle of a crocodile and the plumage of a peacock corpse conjoined by a knot of bloated hippopotamus, with many, many mournful eyes. The bane of the trespasser and the devourer of the dead. The powers of the Blue Kingdom tolerate them because they thin out the ranks of the unwanted dead. Its jaw gapes, exposing waterfalls of noxious drool. It may have eaten something valuable. You'll have to climb in to find out. Three stokers hold the line of your sky suit as you plunge in. The smell is abhorrent, drawing your gaze to the rotting church steeples of its teeth. Between the sharp spindles of the teeth, you find the remnant of the eater's recent meals. Nestled, unchewed, between 2 black molars, you pry out a number of souls. I should probably head back and repair. But carefully, because I did see... Oh. It's just a scribe spinster. I mean, it's a senior scrivener, but, you know, I can still handle these. Scraps of ancient knowledge. Fuel.
what we should call her.
Oh, I only have 1 point of gratitude. And that's how I repair. Well, I think I have more,
You can also repair using the ignition scorn flute.
yeah.
Loot spines to the hull.
There we go. There's another point of gratitude.
Now, I do wish I had marked at what day you hired the person.
Yeah.
Because I presume it'll request additional payment.
Indeed. I'm considering, since I'm down to 5 supplies, going back and stocking up.
Yeah, banking supplies and
Yeah.
everything. Yeah, Petrichor gets you. Yeah, dining of the dead gets you the. Never read the threshold. And you can trade it gemstones to lower the quality, visions of the heavens to lower the quality, moments of inspiration to really lower the quality, searing enigmas to zero the quality.
Okay.
Indulgence to zero the quality.
Here's an enclave of the Forsaken Dead, some human, some of the spirits of animals, who have fallen between the cracks of the kingdom's labyrinthine bureaucracy. Their masks are smeared with dust, their limbs are thin as sticks, their eyes avid. They are hungry. Petrichor, the food of the dead, will not suffice now, nor will bread and biscuits. They need something hotter. I don't have a caged catch, unfortunately. But I do have visions of the heavens. The shades sit at your feet. You are surrounded by an arc of porcelain death masks, all tipped avidly towards you. When you have finished, they rise with new purpose and turn towards death's door. They are determined to try again. I'm not sure what that did, besides just lose me a vision of the heavens.
Same.
The kingdom's only transit relay was built by London's embassy, then yielded to the local authorities. Now its rooms hang with silks of blue and gold. Pale petals carpet the floors. There is no need to pay for passage. Instead, the inhabitor of the threshold will determine whether you are permitted to leave. It is served by the spirits of jackals, which lounge lazily in the corridors until someone seeks passage. They close in, their faces hidden behind angular porcelain death masks. But after a cursory sniff, they return to their reverie. It seems for the moment that you are free to return to the Reach. Ah, that's why I don't want to eat petrichor.
Yep, that's what I was talking about.
Yep.
The dining of the dead quality. If you're really stuck, you can leave your heart with it.
I left my heart in San Francisco. This isn't San Francisco.
It lowers your hearts by 6. And you can come get back.
Oh. Well, I mean, alright. No, I mean. Well, you know, it'd be less reliable, but I could also probably extend my supplies by hunting the cantankerous.
Oh, definitely.
In fact, I suspect that's one of the reasons they exist out there.
Yeah, combine that with like having a bunch of banked supplies that you can pick up from the bank is never net.
Mm-hmm.
Increase your staying power quite a bit.
Yeah.
You need to rely on petrichor if you end up like out at a far-flung port and need to not starve.
Exactly. And as much money as I have right now. Yeah, I didn't take any more damage there. Everybody wants seeds, and I have so few seeds.
Everybody wants seeds. Oh, you can't.
Yeah, I can. Oh, no, I can't.
That's why I grayed out, yeah.
Like, since
I wouldn't say that in a tone if I hadn't seen something strange happen.
yeah, since it'll let me like get that many things, I thought it would let me buy that many things.
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Okay, let's grab that and bank it and. Bank everything else, including the fuel, so you can bank some more a little faster.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh! Well, that's nice.
Yeah. I'm glad I thought to try that.
Bank all that. Right click? Middle click. Plus.
Okay, I was trying it with yeah.
The old magics.
Uh-huh.
Looks like they don't work.
As much money as I have, there's no reason not to keep doing this.
Now I wonder, what if you scroll down to where it is? And then see if you can interact with that in some manner that transfers off and hold in storage.
Well, if I scroll down here, then it'll have scrolled off here.
Hmm. Okay.
Could you maybe look up, or maybe there's no search there. Like Google Sunless Skies Bank All.
Bank. Storage. Oh wow, I forgot that happened.
Hmm?
Man, Skies is easier than Seas. The contents of your bank will be passed down upon your captain's death.
Yeah, I remember that happening.
I forgot that happened. That is... Whew. Your item will transfer to the other location. Storage is displayed as one icon for each type of item. And it's for your storage space. Almost anything can be stored. Do you store money in the bank? Ironically, no.
Yeah, that is kind of odd. Deposit money, earn interest. That'd get broken real quick. I can buy straight into the bank. Why am I doing this?
Oh. That sounds faster.
Yes.
You good, Key? I totally forgot you could do that.
Me too.
I think that's, I think you bought it up. I think that's my thing.
There.
Were you specifically...
When I hit 600 something, I was. pull out one more literature just so I have it on hand when the thing comes due. And I'll pull out the gemstones so I can swing back by the stone-faced court and do that thing to get the Judgment of Roses, was it called?
Testament of Roses, I believe.
Testament, judgment.
Yeah, bring some gems to the White Well. Stop the well mouth in mid-June.
It's June 2nd now, that might work out anyway.
Already brought big souls to those, but maybe use a little more. You don't really need their services right now, so it might not matter.
Yeah.
Sell them a big pole. I wonder if your spirit lawyer is still aboard. If you noobs.
Maybe he's just waiting for me at the gate.
I think there's something you're supposed to do at the Board of Apes.
Yes. I don't remember exactly what either. Ah!
Smooth flying text.
2 damage. Alright.
Scratch the paint.
I suppose smuggling anything into the Blue Kingdom doesn't really make sense anyway. Now, smuggling things out of the Blue Kingdom, or rather into the Reach, that makes sense. But I'm not sure they would care.
That's actually a tutorial then.
Yeah.
Bridge. Ooh, thank you. Fair enough, being more merits, spirit food.
Yep. So I don't want to enjoy their hospitality, right?
Yeah, probably not. Like, a little bit of Dying of the Dead really isn't that difficult to deal with, at least, but I think what you get at this is like Terror Drop, which you don't need.
Yeah, not really.
Selby right now.
Kerr.
other shots didn't do too much damage to your hull. I believe the Logoy's attack is what killed the first captain. So, like, I think their critical hits may be bad.
Ah.
Because I remember, like, the word got into her and she was, like, belching fire and burning inside. Threw a torrent of flame into a bucket.
Gross. Itch.
Naps him.
Oh, there was a thing over there. Oh well.
What the deal is with the engines around here? The blue and the red and their aggression. Is doing here.
I think it's kind of obvious.
Getting blown up by a gold logo?
Yeah? The Logos.
Okay.
And a Spirifer engine.
Oh, is that who they are? That's the colors the Spirifers fly.
Yeah, I'll just take the repair. Yeah. Okay, there. Yeah, they're doing their own thing now.
Jumbles of stupid souls. Let's just let those two fight. Yeah, Persephone's. Plunder?
Ooh, a sealed vault. Which I guess these guys were wanting to plunder
So the
themselves.
action key was plunder.
Mm-hmm. And they appear to just be trying to run away now.
In their defense, your attacks are kind of similar to that of the Logos. It's probably a little frightening.
Spiriphage, or the trade in souls, is ceaselessly prohibited by the Blue Kingdom. Nevertheless, Spirifers flock here, drawn by the quality and abundance of souls available in the kingdom. They will take lost spirits they can lead astray, or ransack the soul troves locked in unplundered vaults. The engine is covered in gaudy pennants, brass gongs, and copper bells in a poorly grasped imitation of funeral customs intended to hoodwink kingdom officials. 60% chance of success. Success. Immaculate. After a thorough and rapacious search of the engine, you unearth a concealed chamber in the hold. Inside, a battered and unpromising-looking trunk. Have they already sold their cargo? Opening the trunk, you find a collection of London-made jars, cheaply manufactured, but housing a collection of unparalleled souls. You collect up the souls and depart the engine. Oh, there's a passage up that way that goes past where I was trying to go.
It's surprisingly not super blue around here.
Yeah.
You'd think the azure would be more blue. It's like it's pretty blue instead of scorch.
At the side of the street, trying to stop spirits as they pass, is someone not yet dead, an antedeceased. He wears a mask, but it is pushed up to his forehead, nose in the air. He is pushing a cart marked Curios of the Blue Kingdom, made of wood and painted with a design of lotus blossoms. He catches your eye. Do you have any artworks or masterpieces of the kingdom I could buy?
He's selling gemstones.
Huh.
For testaments of roses and testaments of others. Huh.
Construct something from a few odds and ends. What do you have here? It's a rag, but in your hands, with a bit of invention, it becomes the remnant of the shroud of a long-dead queen who passed this way centuries ago. Someone with good eyesight could still pick out the words of a blessing woven into the fabric. You're not surprised he can't make it out. The language is an obscure one, known only to the very learned. You should have known he wouldn't recognize its value. He practically snatches it from you in the end, paying you in gemstones and indignant looks.
Manipulative.
Report. Submit my soul for judgment. Watcher, calls the jewel judge, grant me your wisdom, guide me to truth. As she bows her gem-encrusted head, a group of robed graven poke you and prod you and measure you with calipers. One waves a feathered wand over your head, another burns incense beneath your nostrils and watches the smoke. A third peers intently into your ear. The watcher has communicated its verdict, says the judge finally. The robed graven withdraw, skulls bowed. Your soul has been measured. Your soul is of remarkable quality, says the judge kindly. Flawless, sparkling with ideas, some scar tissue, enough to add the texture of wisdom, not enough to twist it beyond recognition. I am more than happy to issue a testament of roses.
Neat.
Yeah. I'm not sure what testaments of roses are for, but I can get another one. Okay.
Once you figure out what's furniture.
Okay, this is the same scenario again. I'll ask the guy to do the thing, and I just get another savage secret. That's fine. I helped someone.
Let's check out the description of this.
Stone-faced court boasts several breweries and provides a daily ration of beer for all the graven within its walls. After a long day's work at the court, the graven gather here. To avoid spillage, most of them tip their drinks directly down their exposed throat, bypassing the mouth entirely. It's all vanity, one of the graven drunkenly tells you. The Sapphired King granted us an exemption from the usual laws of death, so we could carve the flesh off our faces and not die. Ha! We try so hard to obscure the fact we're alive, but the tragedy of it is, the skulls don't fool anyone.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, why not? I can go ahead and get back the 3 I just used. I have room for them. And money is certainly not a problem. Get a little more fuel, too. And...
Money is certainly not a problem, he said nosily.
I mean, right now, it isn't. Oh. Here we go.
Ah. No, it wants an invoice.
Yeah. Pay in antique reading matter. Scrap of ancient knowledge. Oh.
Oh. You still have that? It's a gold cost.
Or 100 sovereigns.
Both are pretty cheap.
Yeah.
I like his rates.
Yeah. It finds a place for the scrap among the rest of its library. Will it remember where? I need beverage. We are running low, but... Also, I need to record my life. Hold on.
Yeah, I need to scrape together some time to do something about that. It's nice to have a job again, but boy, 8 hours a day is a lot to not have anymore. It's frightening not to have an income, but it's very freeing to have 8 hours a day available, like 8 more hours in the day, to do anything you see fit. Productivity goes whoop. Even if you sleep until 10 or 11. Unless you're up way too late and sleep until 4, then productivity is still in the toilet because it's late. And everything's about to close. So anyway, it's about the strange
Shortage?
duality? I don't think duality is probably right, but juxtaposition of being employed and not being employed. Like, that 8 hours is something. It's terrifying not to have an income. But with an extra 8 hours a day, you can get so much done.
You really can.
Like, you wind up limited by frailty of the flesh instead of lack of time. And I feel that limit is like somewhat wasted on those who are semi-financially stable, because by the time you're at that point, the flesh is not as endurant as it was when finances were incredibly unstable. The strength, speed, and lack of stupid random issues I have in my 20s, and also that much free time, I can get things done. I can spend the whole day doing things and only need to break for food. Like, weakness would come because hunger was ignored, and then fade as soon as I cramp something down my maw, turning into fire and contact.
For some reason, getting things done reminded me of this, or, caused train of thought to barrel off in this direction. Did I tell you that TJ got me an early Christmas present?
You almost said Crimo.
I almost said Grimace.
Okay. I'm vaguely surprised you didn't almost say Crimo. Neat. What neat?
A nice video capture card.
Oh, I should have guessed, because that was my freaking guess.
Yeah.
Like, another capture card that might work as it?
Yes. For context, if anybody doesn't remember, she attempted to gift me one of those before, back when Blazon was still the active computer, but that motherboard did not have enough PCI lanes, or PCIe lanes.
Yep, because that generation of hardware, that was the bottleneck.
Yup.
Even on my box, that's the bottleneck.
But now, that is no longer a problem, or that will no longer be a problem.
Honestly, that probably still is the machine's prime bottleneck, but it's wider. It's
Right.
wide enough to work.
Right. Mourn the Dead.
Yeah, NVMe is super neat and awesome, and it feels obscene to have primary storage nearly as fast as your RAM. But the thing about that is, suddenly you're using a lot of bandwidth. And like, the processor's ability to interface with its own bus becomes primary bottleneck. RAM's not expensive. Good fast RAM can be fairly expensive, but not obscene in comparison to overall cost of the machine.
Right.
Nice shot, doofus. What was that?
Hello, Raymond. Please do not poke.
Oh, she's gonna poke.
Oh, here she poke.
Harvest souls or purge terror?
I don't have much terror.
Create another wrath of hell. What happened to your nightmare?
I took care of it already.
Okay. I'm surprised you didn't let it sit there and like collect another one or two so you could keep making the crazy guns and selling them.
Nah. I have enough
You
money.
need a certain amount of crazy to make a gun like that. I believe you need 3 points of crazy to make the cool gun.
Yep. Let's harvest souls.
Scared the heck out of your crew. I think you like gained 20 terror when you built that thing.
Maybe.
And they shouldn't be scared. It's a delightful weapon. It's so powerful. It murders your opponents by screaming at them in the language of the stars. Okay, that is terrifying. But it's also awesome. In both senses of the word.
This little pocket of the map is shaped kind of like France. Like skinny France.
Did you just call France fat?
No, I just said
Must be
that.
all the fromage.
I just said. I just mean that this is narrower than France.
Uh-huh.
Oop. Something aggressive.
Sounds pathetic.
Remy?
What?
It is.
Why is it what? Is there one that's aggressive to tendencies?
Remy, please don't. Not right now.
Trying to shoot up another word in the face by screaming at it. Where's the rake?
It's in the corner of the couch.
I can't see it, but there it is. Got it. Yeah. Right. Itchy? Are you kind of itchy?
Gotcha. This Logos was of the order of perfection, appointed to extinguish errors of vitality. The antedeceased are their prey. It is not dead, only diminished. Yeah.
So there's always going to be a Logos that doesn't like you.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, a wonder.
Piece of candy. Ooh, piece of meow. Oh, she is all love and purrs when she's getting groomed.
Horologian. The great dial horologian is in motion. It is the clock of the Blue Kingdom, dictating the hours of the observances, rituals which govern the progress of the spirit toward death's door. Beneath its face, thousands of spirits labor to power its revolution. Above, greater spirits of Orient majesty preside over the regular observances. It is both a symbol and vital function of the bureaucracy of the dead. The observances are mandatory for spirits at Horologian. There is an observance for every status, and once begun, may not be escaped.
I guess the ones underneath powering are probably yoked.
Your engine lands at the appointed place in the shadow of the gnomon. You step from your engine onto the face of the great dial. Aureate ministers with crowns of molten gold turn to you as you disembark. An observance is about to begin. Every spirit has its place during the hours chimed by the horologian. You are about to be shown yours. Observe the ephemera. At this hour, the ephemera are invited to a banquet. You are not permitted to participate, but you may watch. Shades lead you below the face of Horologian and into a cavern under the dial. A great table carved from the jaw of an eater of the dead stands at its center. Thousands of spirits in masks sit on long benches to either side. Shades bearing tapers carry platters of petrichor the color of sweet milk. The only sound in all the chamber is the scraping of wooden spoon on bowl. Eventually the spirits stand and as one file out. The petrichor remains on the table. The observances of Horologian are not intended for the living. Shafts of light flung from death's door illuminate the face of Horologian in a brief corona of dazzling gold. For a moment, your engine is washed in a terrible radiance. Then you are away, and the dial is behind you.
Look at it go.
Mm-hmm. The furrows.
I guess most of these spirits don't know what stars do. That was a maneuver.
Yeah, I was just effing shadows. I don't like how dark it is along here. Or how loud it's getting. It is doing me a concern. Death's door. Right?
So that's where all that gold light's coming from.
The catafalque. The shadow of the sun. Thriving flower beds, statues, obsessively trimmed grass, an ornamental lake, shining and perfectly circular, like a dropped shilling. These surround the glittering palace called the Shadow of the Sun. The Shadow of the Sun is a meticulously kept garden palace sitting at the center of miles of spirit-churned mud. The gardens are vast, ornate, resplendent. The flowers have been grown in exquisite regiments, As you follow the pale gravel path, you notice a yoked spirit carefully and individually measuring each blade of grass. At the center of it all sits the palace where the sun's daughter dwells, colossal, gleaming, its walls cascading with lilies. You spot a bench beneath a willow tree beside a mirror-smooth lake, a place to sit, take out your notebook, and to jot some observations. When you write your report on death's door, it is difficult to avoid slipping into philosophy. What does it all mean? Is this all there is? After a few attempts, you find more luck in writing about the spirits of the dead as baldly and bluntly as though they are imported cabbages. Shades arrive in ever greater numbers. The Blue Kingdom finds it difficult to meet demand. You've heard rumors that there are even disguised members of the living among the influx of spirits, trying to slip through the door while alive. Outside the shadow of the sun, a rising chaos is barely contained. She is the arbiter of fates, the daughter of the Sapphired King. The shadow of the sun was built for her and around her. As you approach the palace, a pair of yoked spirits bar your way. Only the yoked are permitted an audience with the arbiter of fates, says one of the spirits, his voice emanating from the jar in his hands. We cannot help you. Be on your way. At the center of the ornamental lake is a garden island where unfinished stories are planted and fed. A rowboat sits at the lake's edge, occupied by a yoked spirit with an oar at the ready. It doesn't take long for him to row you across the placid water. Any conversation is decidedly one-sided. The unflowers have petals of parchment. Their stems are tightly wound scrolls. The island is filled with them, but they are not allowed to grow as they please. Instead, they are cultivated in meticulous patterns. A yoked spirit tends to the island, pruning and studying the unflowers with infinite diligence. She is known as the gardener archivist. She greets you at the dock, hand raised in silent greeting. Ask about the unflowers. What are they? When the dead pass through the catafalque, we extract their unfinished stories. Spirits afflicted by unfinished stories are bitter, detestable things. The gardener archivist keeps her voice in an empty flower pot. It echoes dolefully. At first, we did not know what to do with our harvest. We could not destroy them, then they would remain unfinished forever. We found that we could plant them, and unflowers would grow from the seed. The stories remain unfinished, but at least now they are pleasing to the eye. What's wrong? She's fidgeting with her robes. She looks like she's working up the courage to ask for a favor. It takes her a moment to work up the courage to unburden herself. Every decade, I am ordered to raise the unflowers and plant anew, she says finally, even though it leaves their stories unfinished forever. It's a matter of space, you see. We don't have room for them all. That time's approaching again, the ending of the unended. Before that day, can you help me finish as many of these stories as we can? Sure. I can't tell you how thankful I am. The gardener archivist pauses to collect herself. With a magnifying glass and a mirror and a great degree of care, I can read the beginning of an unflowered story without causing it to wilt. I'll select one for you that I think can be ended without too much trouble. Come back when you're ready to begin.
Interesting side quest.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see where we're going.
She hands you a flower pot. It contains an unflower, a huge and delicate papyrus blossom, sprouting from ink-black soil. Don't read it until you arrive at your destination, cautions the gardener archivist, or it'll decay into nothing. You must go to the most serene mausoleum in Albion, says the gardener archivist. Once there, read the unflower. You'll know what to do. All stories can be ended if the right character comes along.
Got it. I figured the game would send us back and forth. And forth and back.
The unflower shrinks from your touch. With one swift motion, you pluck it from the pale soil.
Wait, pale? I thought it was ink black.
Yeah, it was ink black. They didn't keep that straight.
Oops. What is this about?
Success. You manage to skim the unflower's page petals faster than they can deteriorate. It's the story of a trial, an accused murderer who didn't commit the crime, a bribed judge, a duped jury, a callous prosecutor. Only the defending lawyer can save him, but the odds are overwhelming. She receives a strange note, perhaps from the actual culprit. She embarks on a fateful search for the truth. But as you approach what could be a conclusion, she catches an obscure strain of flu. The trial proceeds without her. She dies, coughing and bedbound, not knowing its outcome. The parchment crumbles to nothing between your fingers.
Sad that.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to make your way back to the...
Yeah. Senator.
The butt bank.
A knot of houses surrounds the station. Past these, the landscape declines into mud and misery. Somewhere beneath that bleak mire lies the catafalque, where spirits approach their end. An austere, ugly little town has sprung up around the station, built and inhabited by spirits too afraid to pass beyond the door. It has no official name because officially it should not exist, but some of the Blue Kingdom bureaucrats sneeringly call it Death's Doorstop. Beyond it, the endless furrows, an endless expanse of churned black mud.
Only the most committed kind of cowardice can survive. Why is it a ton of mud?
I don't know. Once the vast grounds around Death's Door were called the Seven Concentric Gardens. There were flowers, grass, trees, leaves still attached. Now there is mud. A squalid, black, hungering mud, and a seething sea of the masked dead, digging and scrabbling, churning, overturning, searching. Useless now to try to cultivate even a blade of grass, but a few yoked gardener spirits dash between the trenches, rakes and hoes aloft. They are still stubbornly attempting the impossible. Speak with the sedulous devil about the navigator's quest. The devil rushes towards you. He is charged with handling a specific set of unusual cases, and apparently Altan, borne upon his friend's back, is one. Let's get you where you need to be. Just the one? The devil pulls out a pair of calipers to measure Altan's left ear. This way. He leads you past rows of shuffling dead. As you walk, the devil squints at the navigator, first through one eye, then the other. Oh, that is clever. He gestures downwards to a stone slab coated in mud. This door for Altan. The devil turns to the navigator, shaking his head. Your circumstances were a poor fit for your soul, so you changed your circumstances. A neat trick. Man fits you much better. He turns several pages on his clipboard. Sign here, please. And then, with another handshake, he's scurrying back across the furrows. You heave Altan's door open, and to drop into the darkness below. Below the mud, you find yourself in the catafalque, a candle-decked labyrinth filled with endless lines of shuffling, silent dead. Death's door waits at the other end of the tunnels. Most of the candles are burned to stubs, leaving the floor caked with runnels of wax. Logoi, the living words of the sun, patrol the tunnels. Their elegant sigil forms roar with fire. They, and a few stubborn candles, are the only light left. The walls are etched with the final words of the voiceless. If you hold up a candle, you can make out some coherent words. She held my head beneath the waves, my murderer, my love. God, I am sorry for my sins with all my heart. If you read this, I'm sorry. Where are you? Where are you? Where? Eaten by. Not fair. I was hungry too. Is this all there is? The Logoi are administering tests of soul quality, and the lightless cannot pass. One miserable spirit clings to the wall, beating its fists against stone. Huh. So I could inherit its lightlessness and go back and purge that myself.
That's something you might do on your way out. Just in case you don't want to have lightless while doing something else running.
Right. Well, since I'm going to be heading to the entrance shortly.
Fair.
Although I'll probably do the thing for the navigator first. The fortunate navigator holds Altan as he did when he first carried him from the tomb, like a knapsack on his back. The navigator's face is as expressionless as a waxen mask. He moves closer to you so that his shoulder brushes your arm. Captain. Before the navigator is an endless line of the dead, plodding in silent acceptance. The navigator gazes ahead, peering into the dark. He leaves the line. This isn't right, he says. Take us back, Captain. This was a mistake. 2,000 experience I don't need. The fortunate navigator shrank from death's door. Oh, well, now I can't do the thing with that other... Oops. Oh, well.
Oh, the lightless guy.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, well. Sorry. Search for the industrialist's lost love. Perhaps you'll be lucky and she hasn't already entered the catafalque. You trudge up and down the furrows, calling the lost love's name and asking shades if they've seen her. They respond with a shrug. You're forced to pause when you lose a boot in the mire. She's already entered the catafalque, you know, says a voice from below. Rescuing your boot from the mud, you turn to discover a yoked spirit looking up at you from a nearby trench. I heard you calling her name, he says apologetically. I met her a few weeks ago. She found her door, and she's in the catafalque now. If you want to follow her, you'll have to dig. Well, acquire a shovel then.
Ah, shoot. Guess we should have used the opportunity we had.
Mm-hmm. Now, many of the spirits are digging with their hands, bolstered by the grim patience of the dead. You don't have that kind of time. You drop into one of the trenches that crisscross the churned landscape and walk until you find a yoked spirit with a bundle of shovels slung across her back. She looks you up and down for a moment, then shakes her head. Voiceless, she drops to one knee, extends a finger, and scrawls shakily in the mud at her feet. Only the dead may dig, she writes. Not the invisible, not the antedeceased. Only dead or ephemera.
Ah. Well, that was very much a lost opportunity.
Indeed.
Shouldn't have just clicked the first options. Sneaky game.
Sneaky, sneaky. Okay, well, return to death's doorstop.
That's where the bank is.
Mm-hmm. I figure there's got to be a quicker way than going all the way over there.
Yeah,
Although
this is a maybe.
Yeah, although I could just, like, use the super speed. But there's something that goes this way.
Yeah, I'd say get a couple of crates of petrichor for insurance. And, yeah, try the south way, see if there's a shortcut.
Let's see.
Now, you got plenty of hole space right now.
Right. I was just thinking I can... I'll get 1 unit of petrichor. Because I'm not going to go through it that quickly. And there's going to be other places I can pick it up. Yep. It's a red.
That's a red one.
Uvula. Yep.
Horrors, which will have these traceables.
Nellen's scale. Oh, hi. That could have gone worse. Search for treasures.
Then it met you.
Oh!
Ooh, nice.
The net is taut. As you begin to cut, its cords ping loose. It holds only a large jar. The things inside are dried and withered. Is that a grape? It rolls over to show a blue iris. Beneath it is a gelatinous bubble containing uncannily stirring smoke. At the bottom is a dried stalk. One end is swollen, the skin thin and transparent. It glows and flickers like a trapped firefly, if the fly were as bright as a star. Park quietly. Eskstone.
Oh, they sound a lot like bees.
Like bees that are singing rather than buzzing.
Yeah, I like the chorister bees.
Kinda, yeah.
The multitude of souls and vice treasures.
And here we go. That brings us... there. Let's do the repairs.
Lucas.
George Flukas.
Ding.
Hey, supplies.
Oh, cool.
Actual supplies. He took one hit,
They're usually quicker than that. What are the weaker ones?
I suppose.
Might as well take Sky Story.
Yeah, don't really need either one of those.
And cash.
Cash is good. Ooh, another thing.
Cash.
Fish cash? More supplies.
Well, that's neat.
Somebody likes me. Excuse me. Now then, I have... Whoop, 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 whoop. Extract its meat.
abundance of flesh. And that one self-destructed.
Nice. Ah, nope. Stop it. Stop it. I was trying to... Asshole.
You were trying to.
I was trying to asshole.
Yeah, I would have recommended in a head full after your dodge move to finish the dodge. Instead of right in the side.
Regular souls.
Captain's cabin is
Poorly hidden behind an array of funerary hangings. Perhaps they hoped to fool any officials that the engine might have encountered. Inside, you discover that he was partway through charting a course back to the transit relay. In his logs, the captain expresses disappointment with his haul. Looking at it, you can't help but agree.
Yeah, this is trash. That was not worth fighting us over. Should have just flown home without being hostile. Nope, it had to be greedy. It just had to do it. I do know that the culture attache's work seems to be used for things a little.
Yeah. Well, it says which can be used to hire certain assistants. Which the only assistant that I saw that it was hired for is the one that I have hired right now.
The ambassador's smile is manic. She invites visiting captains to peruse their wags. Look at a creepy glowing ghost food. Now, depending on what you're planning on doing, you might keep the gemstones on you, as they're occasionally used to buy things from any items.
That's true.
Oh, in fact, you should check for, now that you know where a few ports are,
Mm-hmm.
see if there are opportunities.
That's true. Gemstones for Death's Door, yeah. 5 casks of Navarretine gemstones. Undistinguished souls for the Forge. Don't know where that is yet.
I've not found the forge in it. Okay.
Well, I can take that one. And this time I was planning on departing the toll tower here, departing Sky Barnet from the east to see what's around in that direction.
Which we might do next week, because it's 1:03 a.m.
Well, alright then. Let's, let me go ahead and grab those. That turned out to be unnecessary. And thank you so much for watching. We will be back on Saturday at 9 p.m. Eastern, where we might be continuing Curse of Monkey Island, or we might be returning to Timberborn. Not sure which of those this weekend is going to be, but I'm pretty certain that next weekend is going to be Timberborn. So, because Rose is going to be quite busy that Saturday.
Oh, we're approaching that time here.
Yeah, fight auditions.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going to be tired. Although she's directing, so she...
Is going to be tired.
She's going to be tired, but she's not going to be, like, exhausted from fighting.
She's going to be mentally exhausted.
Yes. So, yeah, she said that she might do this weekend again, since she won't be able to next. But another 2 weekends in a row of Timberborn wouldn't be a big deal either. So, yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed that she and her crew can join us again. But it'll be fine if they can't. Anyway, more of this next Thursday. Now let's see who's around for us to raid. Nobody!
No one I recognize. Wow.
One sec. Let me...
People were on earlier.
They were on earlier. Oh, Dot's alternate channel is... Dot's streaming on her alternate channel. I can go raid that. Puegan Shoop. I don't know what that means, but she's doing a Link to the Past randomizer, which is a lot of what she streams on that channel.
But instead of the game being identified as Link to the Past, it's identified as Wagon Shoe.
It's identified as retro.
Eh?
Retro.
Oh, okay.
So,
I was looking at the stream title, which was the same as the channel.
yeah, let's...
And one of those dorks was apparently just streaming boobs.
There are people that do that. So let's go say hey. Thanks again. Hope to see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Good night.